Hello, friends. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Ah! Hello, hi! Hello, Oof Noise, how are you doing? Why does my eyeshadow look so uneven? What the hell? Why does it look like it's, like, not on one of my eyes? It is what it is. I don't know why it's like that. It was not like that earlier. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty well today. I did productive things today. I submitted a job application today and I feel good about it. But I hope it works. I hope it works out. It really does, because it's a job that I actually would feel excited about doing. And I don't experience that much with, like, job applications. So I'm really hoping this one works out, because it's in my desired field of work. It's in, like, the performing arts. So I hope it works out. Ghost's cover Crucified reminds me of Scaramouche during the Sumeru arc. How so? The more I look at my eyes, the more it bugs me. I swear, why does it look uneven? Whatever, it's not a big deal. Just the way he sings? Oh, okay. I don't know this cover. I might need to check it out then. I had a nice coffee earlier today, but I'm having a warm coffee, a hot coffee now, because I want to see how my voice reacts without an iced drink, because, like, the ice, like, constricts your vocal cords, and it's not great for, like, speaking and, like, voiceover, singing, whatnot. And if I really want to give my all to the voice acting here, I can't do that with constricted vocal cords. And I gotta warm up. And I could literally warm up with this. Although I really should have some tea instead of coffee for if I was being super conscientious about it, but oh well. The original song reminds me of The Traveler or Child. I cry, I pray. Oh, that song. Is that it? Oh, it's that song? I never knew that. Huh. I learned something new today. I need to, like, sometimes force myself to go on TikTok. You know, I know that sounds very weird. My rate of posting has been going way down, and sometimes just opening the app feels, like, overwhelming. Hello, Freezy! Hello, Ash! How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for being here. How goes it? I force myself to listen to songs on repeat until I like them. Oh my god, does that work? I mean, sometimes I don't like a song as much on, like, the first listen, and then I start to like it more. It depends on the type of song it is, I guess. That's how it usually works for you. Interesting. Interesting. But yes, I had a relatively productive day. I submitted a job application, and then I rewarded myself with Final Fantasy XIV and did not play any more MSQ. I feel like going on TikTok, it's like breaking a seal I get on by force and then I can't stop. I feel that so true, yeah. I either go on, like, why do I keep going in and out of focus? I either go on for, like, 10 minutes just to see things, or I will be stuck on there for, like, 2 hours. And I've gotten better at not, like, scrolling for too long, because I guess not opening the app kind of makes that easier not to happen, you know? And I guess also I feel, like, compelled to post if I open the app, and the creative juices aren't always flowing. They really haven't been flowing as much lately as they used to. Although I did post one today, but, you know, it is what it is. I post, like, maybe, like, 2 or 3 times a week. I don't know how I used to post, like, multiple times a day when I was in, like, the heyday. You finished painting your shoes for your Coco cosplay! Oh my god, that's so great! That's awesome! Is this for Halloween? Or for something else? On my Nutella coffee. Nutella's probably gonna thicken the vocal cords, which isn't good if I want to try to actually voice act for Halloween. Nice! God, I still need to think about what I want to do for Halloween. I really need to think. I told myself earlier today, I need to think about it, and then I didn't because it was stressful. But I did one productive thing today, and so I think I can reward myself by slacking off a little bit. Even if Halloween costumes aren't, like, a big responsibility that I, like, need to do, I still want to get it done with a reasonable amount of time. I don't want to be, like, cramming at the last minute to try to throw something together. As a treat, yeah, a little procrastination as a treat. I can do a little a little botany on Final Fantasy XIV as a treat. I have a midterm during my night class tonight, though. Oh no, I hope it goes well. Good luck. Sending you the best of luck. I hope it goes very well. But yeah, I don't know how much longer. Ash, how much longer do you think we have in this case? Like, we are going on to part 4 of the trial, but there's a lot of stuff that I feel like that's not going to be resolved very quickly. So I don't know if there's going to be multiple trials in this case or what's going on. There's just a lot. Lots of things are happening and it's stressing me out in a good way. This case is stressing me out in a good way. Oh my god, Sonic R. But yeah, I'm saving to see what the bait and switch is. Oh god, it's awful. So I always forget that alert exists until somebody redeems it, and then I'm reminded of how awful it is. Part 4, I might finish it either tonight or tomorrow. Oh, okay. So is part 4 of the trial the last part of this case? Interesting. Because we still have to figure out what the significance of the Hound of the Baskervilles is, how this sort of like leaking of government secrets is involved, although I speculate it has to do with the music box disc. That's my theory. I don't know whether I want to pull for Jingli or Topaz and Numby. I did some polls for Jingliu yesterday. And then I did some singles today. I haven't gotten a 5-star yet, but I think I'm around soft pity, so within the next couple days I should get a 5-star. I'm hoping I can get her because she's cracked as hell, and I need an ice damage dealer very badly. The trial starts, but there's a lot of dialogue at the end. Ah, I see. Lots of resolution stuff, since this is technically the end of the first game, yeah. Oh my god, I see, Numby, I'm kind of tempted to pull for Topaz solely for Numby, because Numby is adorable. But I feel like Jingliu would have more utility for me, because, I mean, I don't have any fire DPSs built. I mean, the only one I have is Hook, but I've not built her. But I have Asta. Asta is like my only fire character that's actually built, but she gets the job done. She's a cracked support, and she breaks when I need to. But usually fire isn't the only type of weakness enemies have. They usually got like 2 or 3, so I'm fine. But Jingliu is very pretty and very strong, and it would be nice to have her. Also, I feel like I had the quintessential Qingshui experience during my polls. I was hoping I could get some Qingshui Eidolons. I had her at E2. And I was hoping I could get a couple more, because I want to build her at some point, because I think she's just fun. She's funny. I did like 4 multis, did not get a single Qingshui, and then I was down to singles at the end, and 3 singles in a row I pulled her. So now I'm up to E5. 1 more to go, baby. And then people say E6 is like super strong with that skill point refund, which is quite nice. I'll get at least one of them if I get a 5-star since I lost to Yanqing. Oh no, I'm sorry. If I lose to Yanqing on Jingliu, like, I'll just accept it, because I like I said, I need a nice damage dealer, even if Jingliu was like obviously much stronger, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So how are you supposed to Jingliu or Qingshui, you mean? I think that's how it's, I don't know. I'm probably not pronouncing it exactly correctly, but it's something like that. I know a lot of people just call her QQ. Pronounce it so American, oh no. But I believe it's something like Qingshui, but I don't speak any form of Chinese, so take that with a grain of salt. Anyways, why do I hop into the game? Because we got a lot of stuff to do. We've got a lot of things to solve. You say this Qingqiu? And it kind of sounds a little bit it's kind of similar to Qingqiu, or what's his name? The guy in Genshin, the water boy in Genshin. Xingqiu, that's it. Kind of similar, but not exactly the same. Anyways, we might finish this today. We got a lot to do in this case. But let's see where this goes. We got the secret book, or not the secret book, Iris's manuscript, that we still need to learn why Sholmes is so, like, dodgy about that. And also the theater guy, the Shakespeare dude who looks a lot like Ashley Graydon. If this is the theater guy, I mean, he does do those little theatric poses and everything. He's JoJo posing all the time. He dresses like Speedwagon and poses like Josuke. Such a wannabe. But anyways, we have the music box. I do suspect that on this disc, it's not a song, but it is like a voice recording involving these government secrets. That's my theory. And that Mr. McGilded was either one of... Can you tell me something? Sure, what is it? What's up? Nublet's the first character I'm actually interested in leveling talents for. He and Klee are tied at talent levels. Ooh, nice. But... And what's Graydon doing with that? Is he trying to, like, stop the leaking of secrets, or is he aiding in it? I don't know what's going on. We are thinking. Thoughts are being thought. We are thinking thoughts. Okay, the box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The mainline trilogy is very separate games, like the storyline continues from game to game, but the story is mostly separate. Yeah, that's true. Is this one way more connected? DGS both games are a duology together. Ooh, so it really is like a direct sequel. Interesting. I'm very excited to see where this goes then! Because did you say the second one is like even more emotionally damaging? Or like more feeling inducing in general? Because I've already felt a lot of stress and other feelings from this game. This guy, and if it gets worse in the second game... If they're unanswered questions, don't worry. Okay, interesting. How many years were there between the two games' release? Just curious. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. More like what, part 1 and part 2? Okay. It is a music box, isn't it? I figured it was. Iris is adorable. She really is. She's more accomplished at 10 than I will be in my entire life, and good for her. She's just, yeah, just cleaning it up. More like part 1 and part 2. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious. I'm curious and scared. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. All right. Sir. She's girl bossing, yes! Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. The blood isn't gonna, like, mess up the signal, is it? So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But then he slapped his name on it. Is he trying to pass it off as his own? But wait, if it originally belonged to Mr. Mason, then was he involved in the leaking? I don't know. I guess we gotta see what's going on. Here I am. I'm just assuming that this disc has government secrets on it. First game was released in Japan in 2015, the second in 2017. First game wasn't localized until 2019, second game in 2021. Okay, it's 2 years. Okay, interesting. Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Hello, teacher. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. I love that animation. Like, it's like, I have something to say. You're the defense attorney, dude. You have free reign to talk. I'm so scared. Oh, I didn't click. And yeah, you're very dodgy about this disc too. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. I don't know about that one, Chief. Ryunosuke is so silly. Like, even though he's done a couple trials now and is a little more experienced, he still, like, looks totally clueless in trials, and I love it. Like, when he has, like, the little, like, shifty-eyed animation. But he also kind of commands the courtroom. Like, I love the little pacing during, like, the summation examinations. Like, he owns it. Man, he is a very multifaceted man.
Objection.
No, don't spoil it with music. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. Oh, I want him so badly. Wait, who said that? Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest in here. But it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! But what about the Supreme Justice or whoever Strongheart is, whatever his position is? Let's play the disc, I'm so scared. Oh, it is music. It's Morse code. It is a message. It's a message in Morse code. Can juror number 5 transcribe it for us? Because she was typing out on the Morse code thingy. I don't know what it's called, but a telegram. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. First of the day. Oh, bro, are you okay? Witness breakdown? We haven't really had a proper witness breakdown yet. Well, kinda with the, we kinda did a little bit in the previous case with Mrs. Garrett losing it, but like, we've not seen anybody go, no, we have seen people go kinda apeshit. Mr. McGill did, at the end of the third. Bro was laughing like a villain. And now we got this. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. I think it's working as intended, my brother in Christ. Hello, Hogu. No, we've just started. We've listened to the disc, and it's playing this. Brett went apeshit. Yeah, she did fly into the sky, yeah! I forgot about that. That was kind of silly of her. And then she just respawned in the witness stand again. Kind of love that for her. Juror number 5, please transcribe that for us. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? The music disc isn't broken. That man's spine might be. Ryunosuke? Yeah. Yeah, bro has gamer posture. The way he's always leaned over. And I love that whenever you get like the full view of— oops, sorry! I keep bumping my mic, I'm not used to this positioning yet. When we get the full view of the courtroom when he's leaned over like that, you can just see how bad his posture is. Like, he's not just like leaning forward, he's like fully hunched over the desk. Oh, the Prince guy? Prince? The— oh, you mean this guy, right? That guy. But how are you doing today? Absolutely it is. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but— oh, they meant Graydon. Yes, that's the guy. God damn it, I'm sorry. This arm is very precariously balanced. I can't gesticulate as much. I can't do a proper logic and reasoning spectacular with this mic because I can't move my arms around as freely. I can't point and everything. Anyways, it's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Can he understand it? As if he's Is he the agent? Is Gregson the double agent? Oh my god. Unless he listened to... It's only suited for this box, right? If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Got skill issued by a wooden music box, yeah. I don't know Morse code, but I think there's someone here who does. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? Not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it, shaking my ass to the encoded message. Yes! Bow, 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 bow. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've never heard of Morse code, Van Zeeks. It's almost the 20th century. Get with the times. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
All right, Franziska. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Use your brain or look to the jury.
Bruno?
He did the... Man, I wish I didn't click away because he did the look to the camera. I love that sprite. Huh? He looks so clueless.
I've just examined this music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? Yeah. Is that like a derogatory word for Japanese back in the day? If so, should I not be reading it? Like, genuine question.
The way that it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, let's wait to someone who's of Japanese origin. Okay. Because I think even in the first case, the one soldier when we were in Japan, it's not like a slur, but Van Seeks is saying it like derogatorily. Okay. Yeah. I get that. Okay. Must mean the sound is producing of some significance. It isn't musical. It's an old way of saying Japanese. Okay, that makes sense. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Bruno.
Yeah, just a weird way to say it. Okay, welcome, Miriar. Welcome. How are you doing?
I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
From the jury bench, maybe? It's fine. She's just being rude. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he is a very rude man. I want to punch him. I feel like in this case especially, I really want to punch him. Like he's just, he's being so.
Hi.
Ooh, oh man, my alert things is covered by the camera. But welcome. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, Neryart. How are you doing? I'm gonna move my alert box, just for now. I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? I thought it was falling already. Hey, no worries, all good. All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Come on, juror number 5, back me up! This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. So kind of like they swapped a few letters and thought people wouldn't notice. Wait, where? Oh. The true nature.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker parishes and pick purse plunder. Say that 5 times. Arsène Lupin? Oh yeah, Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Sholmes. Yes. Me when Persona 5 and The Great Ace Attorney are some of my favorite games. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. It's likely, yeah, because they couldn't use, because of the, yeah, it was copyright. And leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? It makes him. I agreed. The name Sherlock Sholmes, the fact that it's just some little flipped around, it does feel more Ace Attorney. Just the name being slightly different from like expectations or like kind of like twisted for like humorous effect. That does feel very Ace Attorney. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes! Why not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all? Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? Yeah, they physically couldn't call him Holmes. Yeah. It was copyright. That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Then all the other characters having the actual names is funny, like Gregson, Garrett. Yeah, wait, it was Garrett also a Sherlock Holmes character? Well, I believe at this point, I think only like this year Sherlock Holmes entered the public domain, but at this point, when the game was released, it was not. And yeah. And he was from the 3 Garrett devs. 3 Garrett devs. Ooh. Man, I'm gonna get into some more Sherlock Holmes stories after this. I'm very intrigued. I want to understand these little Easter eggs and references. Casebook was published in 1924. Copyright's 99 years. 2023 is fine. Aha. That makes sense. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? And is Mr. Graydon that? Yep, back in January, still partially public domain before this year, but the final book went into public domain this year. Nice. Cool. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? Sort of words I've had. Renosuke! Congrats to the happy couple! For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh. Then by all means, counter the charge. Oh my god, is he actually agreeing with me for once? The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense. What is this word? I don't know this word. Which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Huh? Oh, hold it! You got to let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't the baddies enough to sell out of motherland. That's right. They're what they call Wario and Waluigi. The three Skulkin brothers. Aw, they're still including him. Can you go along with the bit just once, Tobias, please? Just once? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Humor them just once, please. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to that man. Look, all we done is break into the Gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Gregson's one of the least shipped characters and keeps refusing the Bits marriage proposals. No! Stop! Man, he needs to be silly for just one day. He needs to be a little bit silly. It would do him some good. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr.'ll do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Oh yeah, I thought they were like grabbing like their coats as they did that term. I didn't realize they were just posing like this, which is even funnier. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed all up in this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Is there anything else I can discover by inspecting that? See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Winterbank's? It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning.
It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye? Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Is this a lever? What's this lever? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into a sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All of the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Anything, Ooh, button. Push it. Secret compartment.
What is it, Bruno?
I just noticed something about the music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Now come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that! There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Interesting. Interesting. Do the two discs together make up a full message? Where's the other disc then? Who'd have thought there'd be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. Interesting. Alright, let's press him on everything now. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Stop, must say something, stop. Oh, hi, juror number 5. What's up? What's up, bestie? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as we're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. So you're not like a lowly worker like that. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. But he's a traitor. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Then, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row. Man, she's just exposing this man. Thank you, juror number 5. We love you. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I want to go to a cipher cracking convention. Sounds kind of fun, not gonna lie. I like a bunch of puzzles. I want to solve puzzles. I like puzzles. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
How can you be sure about that? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Oh, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Kazuma, give me strength.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court? Yes.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Ah! Because that was like the short noises on that disc, right? So I guess for extra security, maybe there's 2 discs, one with the short tones and one with the long tones, and you play them at the same time for a complete message.
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. Beep, beep.
And this is B.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box...
You only hear the dots. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. There must be another disc somewhere then. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap.
Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Well, what happens if we put it, or maybe, what if we put the disc in the other one? Maybe we don't need a second disc. And, I don't know. Let's try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? He's doing a lot of fruity points. It's already been established that no Morse code, to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. We'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Open up the other side, baby. Open up the other side. There's another one. They're linked together? They play at the same time. We don't have another disc, but
Got it.
one probably exists. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Gotcha. It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Look at that posture he's got there. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, He was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument some more strength, Bruno.
You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Were they both in the, I know Mason was in, one of the people that was in debt to Mr. McGilded. What about this guy, if he was? Alright, these are the only things here. It doesn't say anything about the debts, but domicile East End of London. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Okay. Oops. Alright, they just did what they were told to break in and everything. That I do believe them on, because... Like Mr. Graydon told... Well, actually, I don't know. But,
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, thought he was just popping over for a nutter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash?
so they've been acquainted for years now? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Is that brother number 3? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's a...
Excuse me.
What do you have to say about that, buddy? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
The other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Is he sulky? Is Mr. Graydon sulky?
Yeah, without. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and boot, and you wouldn't add him and eat it. When we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
East End?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember, Milverton and...
Milverton! Got him. We got him.
It was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your You're one to talk talk about fruit, my brother in Christ. Look at you right now. Milverton is also a Sherlock Holmes name. Ooh, nice. Was he also a brick maker by chance? Or is that not a link? Put that fruit away. Yeah, me pointing at this man. Put this fruit away, yes. Get that fruit out of my sight.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Oh, he was a horrible man. Oh.
Oh.
He was a blackmailer. Ooh, I see. Nevertheless, this court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down to memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Some of my favorite stories, Charles Augustus Milverton's Sweep.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin.
Trying to remember that. Why does that name sound vaguely? What story was that from? I don't know why that name sounds familiar to me.
Objection.
Huh? Oh. Maybe I should have pressed him on that, actually. Oh, that's the name of the story. Oh. I see. Okay. So maybe I should press him on that.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? He's a pretty large antagonist in Moriarty the Patriot. That's another one that I need to watch! I need to watch Moriarty the Patriot! I always meant to get around to that, because it's like, I know it would be right up my alley. But I forgot!
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
I do need to watch it. I'm so behind on everything.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Cosmic, give me strength! I suppose once they're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on the name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And was yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Sherlock Holmes connoisseurs and all of our opinions are correct. You know what? I do trust you with any kind of like, you're like my go-to if I need any kind of Sherlock Holmes information for sure. Like I trust you more than Arthur Conan Doyle himself. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Alright. I thought a clever contact you would have worked that one out. That is.
Is that his real name, Milverton? Enough of. Now that I think about it, his face and hair color are kind of similar to. Is he? I feel like the brickmaker kind of had the same hair and eye color, if I'm remembering correctly.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
Munch.
I want the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out.
Oh my god, they're just exposing all of his backstory, his tragic backstory. Gotta go back to saying intriguing. Man, they're really just dumping all this man's baggage out on everybody here.
She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born.
Rip Ashley. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. Stop naming him! It'll be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Transgender, but he only legally changed his last name. Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ha! His last name was once Milverton.
I never knew I had such heat inside. Don't make me say stuff like that. Don't go. I like you.
Man, we're not even talking about partners or anything, but hi Reaper, how are you? Yeah, actually as a boy's name is kind of a slay. That does go kind of hard. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks.
You did a gotcha! How did the gotcha go? Did you get Jing Liu?
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
The name Milverton! His testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is... the brothers! E6 Qingxue, E3 Tingyun, E1 Sampo, and 40 poles! Sheesh, nice! Okay. Alright. Do I press the book on the statement saying that I have no relation to him now? Waiting for Silverwolf rerun and then you're going for your Black Swan. Who's that? Alright, I'll try the case notes on this one now. Yeah, Iris, Susato had to go back to Japan. Her dad's sick. So she went back to Japan. And we're also dealing with government security issues here.
Objection.
There we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, don't think that's the real... Oh my god, what if the Shakespeare dude is a different Milverton boy? Get well soon, Dilf? You know what, I could tell from the very first time I laid eyes on him, that man has the character design of a Dilf. Like, you can just tell by the design. How could they allow her to assist? The jury is... This time around is wild. We got a surgeon who's only talking to himself about his last procedure and about how he may have sewn his scalpel up inside Herlock Sholmes, who he was operating on. And then we got a Russian revolutionary who has a little pet mouse. And Herlock, oh yeah, he was shot and he was in the hospital getting surgery. And he's not here right now, but he also was seen speaking with Susato before she left, so I don't know what the deal with that is. He's hot. You know what? You're right. I do love a good Dilf. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. I don't know about the surgery. Thanks for the catch-up. No worries. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded, Mr. Mason. But Mason's his first name! Yeah, Santa. Yeah, Santa's got a majestic beard. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is that not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. Wow! What was that? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? Get spun, bozo! That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Finally getting the man trialed about what happened with Gina in the previous case. Yeah, we're finally learning the truth about what really happened, about what Mason and McGilded were talking about and exchanging government secrets. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. We still don't know where it is. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, unless he has the disc. Graydon must have the disc. They're planning to take more. Redacted. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? He was yoinking a disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of police, it would be proof of high treason. Security camera? Yeah, we got, Sholmes set up, like, an automatic camera, like, that goes off every half hour in the shop. Do not deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago. He's gonna snap. I refuse to accept any of it. Oh, his wound. His wound is bleeding. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Sleeping blood, One took the oh my god, why can't I read today? One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. Okay. I know this man just got shot, but like, hear me out. Why'd they make him look that good when this man just got shot? I understand. I wish I was the bullet. You know what? I get it. Yeah. they had no right to make him look like this. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon? I guess I wish there was the piece of glass! bullets! What's my god? That wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? You're kind of dumb for wearing a white jacket over that. Like, if you were maybe you didn't think it could, like, reopen or anything, but, like, wearing a white jacket when you might bleed on it.
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Admitting. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. So he's admitting it. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secret, negotiating with Mr. McKildred.
As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. What a drama queen. He's not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence. He's JoJo posing. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shulman's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Well, did you see him the other day? Hello, Jesse, how are you doing? Yeah, you know what, he is kind of cunty for posing like that. I gotta give him that much credit. How are you doing? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Rawr! The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you! I didn't hold the sleeve of the court. I mean, I guess holding the injury. I do tend to hold on to places that hurt. Arm party, yeah. You little upstart! You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Bro, what's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Well, we have evidence kind of linking you to the exchange of government secrets, which... But Gina doesn't have a gun, and... Bruh. I saw it all! I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him! Bro is lying out of his ass. So, treason, murder, and perjury. Perjury is obviously the most severe option. You can't defile the sanctity of the court like that. Was that in the weapon jail cell? Well, I meant like she doesn't own... I'm assuming she doesn't own her own firearm, that's what I meant, because that gun belonged to Mr. Winterbank, the one that she was holding. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank there threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Oh my god, bro. Tossed the gun out of the peephole. Why are you claiming that? Because, like... Oh, you're saying that she had another gun. Never mind, not Mr. Windibank's gun.
You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger?
Oh, duh. There was no blood found on her clothes. I mean, we found the old blood from 2 months ago, but there would be blood on her clothes aside from the old jacket, if what he's saying is true.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Bro. The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You see the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point?
Who gets to cyanide that man? Good question.
All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really?
If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
But it was purple. It was purple blood. And in our blood sample thingy, we can show that Mr. Windibank's blood was blue, so... That's probably the point we're gonna press here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
Oh yeah, he was also claiming that, yeah.
Bruh. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detectives' dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
But it's not gonna be how is it gonna identify whose blood it is? Hurley's work can identify whose blood it is.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting that. Oh, Ryunosuke, with your goldfish memory. But can this technology identify whose blood it is? This one can, but can this other thing do it? And it's only on the coat, not on her other clothes. Clearly, if she was wearing it, the rest of her clothes would have been spattered too, right? How many cups has he thrown? Quite a few. Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. He's Godot, but in reverse, yeah. Like, does he even drink this wine? I mean, I think sometimes he takes like one sip and then just crushes the glass or yeets it into oblivion. I guess that's how he doesn't get drunk during trials. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat... Gina! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord! If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Well, okay. You were near the entrance, he said.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He had already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all.
Yeah, sour cherry juice. Says the pair who carry a gun. Kazuma give me strength. What do you mean you say when you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper.
A pair of you setting him on the pole defense this pawnbroker together? Shame on you!
Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
And then he pewed you.
Sorry. Yeah, that's the moment you're the shot. We didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling, which is exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I hope it gets infected. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. I hope it bleeds out. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now,
I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off like... Adachi! Adachi jump scare. Didn't quite strike home.
when I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me up the way. And then he scuppered through the door out back.
It still bugs me that in this one there's no peephole, but in this one there is. Like, that's clearly visible there, and that's not in the 1 o'clock picture. Is that gonna be pointed out here? It's the cat doorinator. May I have some pear? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door's a solid job, made out of stout wood. Despair? Despair? But there's a small opening in about the height that lads you... Oh my god. There's a small opening in about the head height that lets you see what was in there from the outside. Yeah, I looked through it myself that night. You did. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers are there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
He was fleeing to safety, you say, but he was locked in the same room as her. I'm not arguing with a man who has big brown eyes. Whatever you say, beautiful, indeed. Very true. Yeah, how can you argue with this? Look at his little face here. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at this. Didn't this guy just say he took it? Calm yourself, Counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Run when he was locked in this room with her. You're not making sense, buddy. Where would he run to?
It was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? So not just on the black coat? Yes, they're the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so you picked it up and ran away. So you're saying you have this. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up.
I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. What did you just read? What do you mean? So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Maybe it's your gun after all, my buddy boy?
Yes, it was yours truly.
I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. I first looked through the peephole and then somehow teleported at the front of the store. Well, they're talking about the peephole in the, to this room here. He said he's claiming that he was in here, got shot, then Mr. Windibank ran this way, and that he fought, and then he's claiming that he followed Mr. Windibank and then looked through the peephole of this door to see Gina shoot him. That's what he's claiming. But that's a load of bull!
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You little toe rag! What is going on? What is going on? You little toe rag! Are you jealous of Nash's chin, Mr. Gregson? Because there is a big difference in those chins there. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this day gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would have normally grabbed someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
He's been doing a lot of these interjections here today. He just chills on the stand and then occasionally says things. Uh-oh. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination? Uh-oh. Yes, with his potatoes on the stand. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. But can it identify whose blood it was? Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. How did this man know about the blood on the... I guess he would if he was somehow involved in what was happening 2 months ago or whatever. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear to be they were the result of spattering following a gunshot. More like a knife wound. Goodness me! But it can identify the, person. That's a new one. What was that, a little pirouette?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Is that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a criminal. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country, bro. Yeah, he's just constantly JoJo posing. He didn't know! I call it a ballet disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem, Pop Out. It can't be done! We used Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? But Sholmes is a genius. I taught Pirosky to starving boy until he ran away crying. Thank you for that insightful story, juror number 6. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination, but the man was dead. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. You are so lucky that Susato isn't here right now. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How to arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen, or he was involved 2 months ago. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Look at this man. My lord! A long battle, this one. Oh no, another summation examination come in. I see the colors that her chairs have changed. Are they all about to turn black? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now.
Guilty.
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 Once again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
All right. Summation examination number 3, baby! Well, it should appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Hey, I have a perfect record on my summation examinations thus far. Why would this one be different? How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Ryunosuke, it's me. Believe in yourself. How distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo, huh? Officer? That's Sholmes in disguise, isn't it? I made a running joke about Sholmes, like, popping out of the scenery so many times, and, like, it never happened. But, is that Sholmes? This is Sholmes, isn't it? It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Yep, it is him! It is him, isn't it? Am I going mad? It's so good! How crazy if I felt that the first time! Yes, he's gonna be hiding in the scenery and everything. He's just gonna pop at us somewhere. Man, I'm so glad he finally did it. With that little Mario-looking mustache. What is the meaning of this? Oh, that pose! What was that pose? What was that pose? He was like, huh? Is Joel's hiding as I said that is he's hiding as one of the bear lips? Oh my god. I remember saying that now. Oh my god. Man, Apollo blessing me once again. Man, Apollo Justice, you gotta stop this, buddy. I'm gonna have some words for you when I play your game. Popping his hip out like that? What business do you have here, detective? I said we have no room for fruit in this courtroom. Excusing myself, but that's the pose every time he points. Oh yeah, we only really see him from like waist up. We never saw his legs before and everything. Automod. I need to permanently allow the term gay ass. That's a fine term to be used in this context. Automod. As well I would be, had I not been sent upon an errand. Automod refuses to let me say they did it again! Come on, Automod, we're not saying it in a derogatory way. What errand?
Hey, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Man, everybody's saying that in the chat. Man. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord. Oh, that's really emphasizing his boobs. My god, so many things. In much manner, sir. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I have such I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? I'll say this to you, Lord Van Zeeks. You'll see that he's not a fraud. This trial is taking... Literally? Man, from one gay detective to another. Hey, Mr. Sholmes. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! I've spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Wow, how considerate of you. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Oh my god, am I actually gonna be timed? Aw, how'd you get changed like that, buddy? My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong! Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Yeah, I waste 3 of those minutes getting changed. Literally! Dude, what is your problem? Or is he like the master of the quick change? Was he a theater kid? Oh, with the potatoes, yeah. He's doing something. He was working some sort of like very high up case, some of like great importance from Lord Strongheart himself. Strips in the middle of the courtroom. Oh my god, him and Van Zeek stripping in the courtroom together, having a little twerk off or something. I think they should do that. But hide Iris first. She shouldn't see that, but yeah. What? Van Zeeks did it at the very beginning. He pulled off the cape literally immediately. Like, he wasted no time stripping. Too much chaos moment, oh my god.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oiled up twerk off, who's winning? Honestly, my money's on Sholmes. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty. You got that rich man buns? But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender for Shiki wrapping? Oh my god, is this what he and Susato were discussing? Aw, that looks like something she would make. Stripping in the middle of the courtroom with my ex. Ah! Wait, oh my god, do you headcanon that like Sholmes and Van Zeeks had something going on? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? I miss her. If possible, matters to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. They are divorced without ever marrying? That's the best kind of relationship. I don't understand. What is this face she's making, like, Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She should be the lawyer. They are divorced. Oh, I'm here for this. I need to see how, if they interact more, I need to see what's going on there, and you know what? I might hop on that train. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you all want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. So Zeeks took the money and Sholmes took the house. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? Are we also doing the cat Dorinator? I swear to God, the cat Dorinator was brought here. This peephole didn't exist until after the crime happened, so this guy couldn't have seen it happen through the peephole. Bing bong boom! There's no canon explanation for why they're so hostile to one another. Only answer is divorce. You know what? So true. Yeah, the cat Dorinator! Chekhov's cat Dorinator! Don't show it unless you're gonna use it later on! Vanlock, funniest ship in the world. You know what? I can get behind that. What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Did Gina take that with her? How did it get in there?
Hi, Vaga, hi! Hi, kitty! He gets a little head pat. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat.
I like the cat Dorinator is a much more fun sounding name. Wouldn't you agree? Barry the platypus, I can't do a Heinz Doofenshmirtz impression. It would stress my voice and I can't do it.
It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be. No! She said that to me too, or was like hiding it. Yeah. A platypus? Patty the platypus! But she said that to herself. No! No, you are doing amazing, sweetie. You are the best judicial assistant ever.
Yeah! Well, that's extremely flattering.
Yeah, I think they are getting a couple seasons of Phineas and Ferb, last I heard, which is kind of exciting.
That I've been a complete failure.
No, you haven't, sweetie. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. So did she go into Winterbanks and, like, make that little flap? Like, did she make that? Why would she do that? Did she... Did she know that, like, this guy was gonna claim to have seen it happen? And then wanted to make this little thing and be like, ah, I saw it through the little door, and she could be like, aha, gotcha, that door didn't exist before. Man, she was playing 5-dimensional chess. She was thinking way too ahead. Your 5 minutes is over. She's King Crimson. She saw the future, yeah. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. More like Ace Defective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? She's so big-brained. She's, like, probably one of the smartest characters in the... More like... I'm not saying the other thing. Is it really? Man, I need to, redacted. More like... Yes. Oh, time for the silliest moment. I love silly moments. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. Oh my god, they're gonna start bickering? I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? What? Isn't it up to me? Isn't the phrase normally the rest is up to you, buddy? Need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Oh shit. Oh shit. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination, that's what we're gonna do. Since we have the cat Dorinator. We have the cat Dorinator. Everything's bottom because he's yeah, unlike Phoenix. That's what I said to your mom last night. Ow! I'm gonna go with further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection.
That'll always be my #1 Phoenix Wright moment. Getting offended only at the word bottom in April May's insult. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
Nuh-uh. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ooh. My lord. Interrupt the yeah! Interruption! Semantics, baby! It wasn't officially concluded! Ooh! Yes!
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! This gay little heart attack. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose, but... Oh shit. Oh shit. Is this like the one... What is it? The one case in Trials and Tribulations where if you pick the wrong statement, you have to go through all the failure dialogue before you can reload again? Sprites that make me crazy. What the, heart attack. Okay, well, we're saving. This is gonna have something to do with, the peephole. Him witnessing it through the peephole, supposedly. Is there anything I can inspect in particular? Just to get some extra dialogue? Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for the job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so we can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top here?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of a door that gets cut out.
And the peephole has hinges. Right.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it's what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flap-o-mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapon.
You know what? She's so real for that. You know what? Yeah. She can commit any crime she wants if it's for Wagahai. One piece of evidence. Jesus Christ. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged. You're not no pressing, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell at a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hand. What a clown! Of course he has to go out dramatically like that. Mr. Sharps! Bro had to be all dramatic. Good for him. To stand so insouciantly, I don't know that word. The court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Very well, counsel. I love him! Shows he's so goofy! I love that's how he passes. He doesn't pass out by just like collapsing. He passes out with that. Whoa! Man, if he's making a show, he's putting on a show, you know? Yes, we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Shones down or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. I shall also leave you in a dead faint. I must take a midterm now. No! Good luck, Ash! Best of luck. I hope it goes well. Sending you all the brains and smarts in the world. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, we may resume the cross-examination. If I don't come back before you finish, they can have fun. Okay, thank you! Encoding overload. I just saw a thing on OBS that said encoding overload. Is stream like died for a second or whatever. I'm sorry about that, or if like the frame rate died or something. But yeah. Okay. The moment of the shooting again. The music! This really is it! It's all over now, my good man! The new music? Alright, I think this is it. I think this is the one, baby.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flabbermat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. A battle of wits. Oh, is that the name of that song? This is so intense, like it's all building up to this final moment. Yes! Oh, yes, cut through all the despair, become this super high school hope. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. What is he saying? Yeah. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners. Don't interrupt that. This is you would like talk shit about this invention that a 10-year-old girl made? How heartless can you get? But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the... Well, he's talking about the people. That's how he's describing it, but... Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it'd help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony, and that's where you fucked up, buddy. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? By committing it, you ding-dong. Yes. How could you? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene must be fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism! Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. In light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, and not cat door holes. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh! Man, perjury, murder, and treason. The unholy trinity. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
Do you not believe this device does what it said to do? Yeah, allow us to cut the door of this courtroom, indeed, yeah. She tampered with the crime scene, but yeah, this ain't about her. Yeah, she was, Your Honor, she was just being silly. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Let's test it.
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wacky! Cooey! Time for dinner! Oh my god, did she bring the little cat here? Hey! Hi, baby! Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the one does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey, but she did it for Wagahai. She did it for Wagahai, and I think she's allowed to do whatever she wants if it's for him. Yes, her sus. Her name is Sus.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. It's just between that the people in the storeroom door at Windobanks was made by your machine.
And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flappermat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windobanks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. Photos! For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are of a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof between 1 and 1:30. Easy. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Yes, there is! Stereoscope time, baby! Son of juror number 3! And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. We can prove it! Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Yes, you can! You can do it! Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world! She really is. I love her! Aww. She's so big-brained. To have this much foresight to, like, create a way for the perpetrator to kind of, like, tell on himself this way. Wow. She thought so far ahead. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the peephole in the door of Windobank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
When he get here, I wouldn't do that. I think Susato is like 16, so I wouldn't think about it like that, but they're best friends. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? Yeah, you gotta admit that Sholmes is a smart lad, huh? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikitova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. And there's no door flap. Yeah, I wouldn't go with that. Yeah, I wouldn't. It still wouldn't look at it like that. Nah. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point. Yeah, let's not talk about this sort of thing in chat. Let's not discuss this. Yeah. It pitches a storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time... Yeah, let's not. There was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Got him! Whee! Oh my god, he fell over and immediately stood right back up. The stereoscope wouldn't highlight it because the camera... You know, true, yeah. True.
He did a spin.
True. Because it's not like something moved. I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. It's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with the crime scene. Fallacious, that's it. Words. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord of Anziques. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Oh, Jesus, give it up. Yes, that's right. Give it up, dude. I was there at the scene, it's true. Oh, he's losing it. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. What? His shirt's, like, coming undone, isn't it? We did not see that much skin before. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look into the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, bro. You bozo. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
You're so smart, Iris. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Oh yeah, alright, his shirt's back up now.
Make no sense, what do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, that there was a peephole? Or because he went back? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. Because if this peephole doesn't exist, she wouldn't have tossed the gun. Because he couldn't have seen the thing happen. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him, but you didn't see the shooting! How could you possibly know that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Ah, got him! The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. The second option also works. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because how would he know about the peephole's existence? I know we've discussed the peephole in this courtroom, but do we mention it at all after he arrived? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there. Well, obviously, Oh. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? I knew someone was gonna say that, because we had talking about cats. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been in Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yes, the place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. So somehow he went back. You should have known nothing about the people in this— oh yeah, you should have known nothing. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Least suspicious policeman, yeah, why you wanna get out of there, buddy? If it's for this thing that you keep, this sort of case with this disc and these secrets and whatnot. What's the true story behind all of this? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Fucking Tobias told him about it? Oh shit! Cause Scotland Yard was there! Did my boy Toby tell him? You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications? First name in Greg's— yeah, that's my boy Toby! Tobias, Toby's son. Don't call— I've heard that there's a Toby in the second game, but but I've yet to meet this Toby, so he's Toby for now. But the defense believe the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Not my boy Tobison! Not my boy Gregison Tobison. Tobison Gregory. Gregulus. Gregulus Tobulus. Not my boy Gregulus Tobulus!
Take that!
Not my boy! Abby!
Objection!
Cause why were you spying on us in Gina's prison cell? Better some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned— Yes, my lord, until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Oh! This is juicy! And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Toby! This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Earlier in the trial, they were whispering to each other! They were literally, like, turned and whispering to each other while Gina was testifying earlier. That's when he did it! Ah, the snake!
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Yep, indeed. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. It was during that testimony. Yep. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Torag! You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Money? I don't know. Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something. The disc! The other disc! The other disc! The other disc! It's the other disc! I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Or lie!
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Fuck. It's gotta be the other disc, right? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal? Okay, would it be the disc or the music box? I'm gonna go with the disc. I'll go with the disc. But if that's not it, I'll go with the music box. Or would it be the music box? Because neither of these say anything about there being two discs, so I don't know. It would be either the disc or the music box. I mean, I just suppose I should try one, but... And if it's not this... Oh, there we go. Inspector Gregson? Besides, this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting it now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilden. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets and you wanted them for this case that you're working on. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! Pursuit! Pursuit song, yes. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine!
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded, it has to be taken in as evidence now. So did they already have some sort of speculation that McGilded was involved in this? Yeah. Yeah, that he was involved in that. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of the music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Ah! Oopsie daisy! Gregson does seem like the kind of guy to say oopsie daisy. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it will mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. We probably shouldn't play them, like... Maybe play the other one at a time. We shouldn't play them at the same time because anybody that can transcribe Morse code, i.e. juror number 5, could easily overhear these government secrets, so... How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. Maybe she's cool and won't tell anyone. Yeah, she seems alright. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Is it in the bundle of chips? Yes! Oh my god. Yes! The defense demands that the inspectors search at once, including the chip thing.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. Munch. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He has insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. He's gonna agree, so he must have handed it off to somebody. Did he hand it off to the burglar dude, by chance? There's no way he would've. I presume you're now aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of you that you are severely oh my Jesus Christ! Bro, that seems like overkill. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, the only person he could have passed it, I guess, to would be Nash. But why would he? Because he was, like, throttling him at some point. Jesus. Or what if he was throttling him because he, like, pickpocketed it by chance? Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe he noticed the disc was missing and he was throttling Nash to get it back. That is just speculation, but of course I save too much. What if we go with that? Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time, bro. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. That was a weak slap. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you! Iris?
Rena's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Midterm is back! Yes! We're doing independent work, let's go! That was easy, let's go! Amazing, congrats! We love that! Let's go! Yeah! My boy Toby did a little, behind the scenes dealings, so, we're going with that angle now. That's what you missed on Glee. It was just vocab? Oh, that's easy. But nice. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. You're not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc at the moment.
Take that!
You! Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never. Blimey. Me? Eve? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Why? Why don't you want him searched? Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Oh, now you have something to hide. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord of Anziks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Hold on, Emma. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. Yeah, got him. Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about that. Nothing.
Man, That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Throttling this man. This during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Bro went rah! The second disc. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. They were having a chin battle.
Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing. I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
He picked a pocket. I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Held it right down me ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back on it now, it must have been then that he did it. That was when the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Ah, sneaky! Yo! Sneaky, sneaky! But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law! He could have submitted the item as evidence. But then the truth of his deal would have been, yeah. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why am I not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly. Oh my god, give it a rest, my dude! Just let it go, it's over! Clearly our eastern visitor here has an uncommonly active... Give it up, my dude! However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But this is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is the young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. What about you, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be a guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matters to the jury for the final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant to the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Grayton is highly skilled operator.
Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Girl, get a better idol. Detective I have very much trust in eyes. More than that, I cannot say. They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
We don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now. Oh my god, this is so long! We need some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Do we have the second disc in evidence? Yeah, this trial is very, very long. Even the thickest time imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
Oh, Jesus. God damn it. God damn it. Longest Ace Attorney trial ever, this is true. Yeah, even more than Rise from the Ashes! Okay. So we're talking about some sort of 10 hours long on autoplay? Holy, just the trial portion? They're talking about new evidence, right? Oh, the whole episode, okay. We haven't presented this. We haven't done anything at all with this. I don't know how this would be relevant, though, if this is it, though. So... I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. Okay. Huh. I mean, this really is the only thing, I mean, aside from, this. This is the final piece of evidence that proves that I'm a lawyer! Oh, so either proof that Graydon did it, or that Gregson struck a deal. Holy shit. Ugh. I don't just leave it to the jury, right? Like... Oh god, I'm literally stumped. Ow! Ooh, just bumped my knee against my desk. I'm stretching my leg. Ow. I'm literally stumped. Is the question? It's I need to present some evidence against one of these two or leave it to the jury. And I'm assuming it's based on the ways described here. Some compelling evidence you've thus far not presented. I think the only thing in the court record that I haven't used would be the Hound of the Baskervilles manuscript. But I really, how does that come into play here? So, sir, no hints, please. Please don't give any hints or suggestions. I want to try to figure this out myself. Looking at it for myself? Okay. Proof that he stole those government secrets. Oh, not just that, but or stole those government secrets. I mean, we could play the other disc. But the way that sounds, like... The way this is phrased makes me think it's, like, new evidence? But... either evidence that he killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. That's a misleading question? Oh, Jesus. I mean, we could try playing the other disc. If I was timed, oh, I'd be done. I'd be stressing out. Can we play the disc on the music box? It's Ryun over. Mm-hmm. Naruho'd over. Indeed. It's so Jover. Jesus. There's like... I don't know why, I keep coming back. This is the only piece of evidence that, like, we haven't used, like, at all. And I don't know how this relates to the case, unless this is gonna be, like, a post-trial thing, or something has to be, like, why Ginny was going there, whatever. Almost 4 a.m.? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh no. I hope your neck feels better. Oh no, that sounds really painful. I'm so sorry about that. Ouch. Ooh. Yeah, there's nothing else I can inspect on here. Nothing hidden in here. Jesus. You know, maybe I should just, like... some evidence that he stole government secrets. But that would this be like evidence that he like stole, not the fact that it's a government secret, but like evidence that he stole it? God, I'm so stumped. I am so stumped here. This is the last one in this game. 5 more in the second for... Oh yeah, this is for episodes. Yeah, this is the last one in this game, yeah. God damn it. I'm so fucking stumped. Is this the last decision? No, actually don't answer that. Because I feel like there have been a ton of like final pieces of evidence and then something new comes up. Jesus Christ. Do we have the third gun somewhere? The third gun. Like... What if we try playing this on the thing? But wasn't Gregson there when we, did this? What did the autopsy say? This is funny later? Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm so stumped! Can we play the other disc? And if we play them together, like... Oh, God. But that's not gonna prove that he stole it, though. Like, we're not tying him to, like, it leaving the thing. God, this is gonna be so bad. I don't think this is gonna be it. I don't think this is gonna be it, but... Oh, is this about the deal? Huh? Wait a minute. To get him to admit to the deal? Wait a minute. But this is about... Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. It wouldn't be this picture because of the door thingy being there now, would it? But we already... Fucking hell. This is not gonna be it.
Take that!
Wait, is it? Wait, is that really it? The music stopped. Was that really it? With the disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc council? No, wait, I can't let you do that! Why not? I don't think the Russian man has anything to do with this. Either he's there just for comic relief or in some way that's not yet significant, and it's not going to be significant in this particular case, but maybe in the second game, I don't know. Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box are part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc to be the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secret. Yeah, true, yeah. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! And do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Now, let's not forget, Inspector, that you, Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, not because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Oh yeah, they redacted our, oh my god, yeah. Redacted. Don't you dare. I'll stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Yes, I'll get all of Britain to hate me if it's for Gina. You know what? That's so real of him. I would also try to get an entire, I would also be willing to make an enemy of an entire country for Gina. Or hungry dysphoria, but if you're hungry, you should eat. Food is important. Court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
What if I just play what? What if we just play the second disc alone? That way nobody hears what it actually is. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Yeah! Well, the defense's stance here on that of the prosecution have been made very clear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, calls for now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. But can any of them, like, transcribe Morse code? Just by ear? Would anybody really be able to do that? Like, if you don't know what each letter represents, you just wouldn't be able to make sense of it. Yeah, I can't make sense. Yeah, juror number 5, she does. She's like the only one that could actually hear it. Alright, let's shut the blooming box up! And yeah, people can decipher by ear? Oh, really? I guess when telegraphs were more commonplace, then I guess more people would know, yeah. Man, if we were Rickrolled, that would, man. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Morse code pointless nowadays, yeah. Because we got other easier means of communication. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Yeah, you need to have Morse code memorized to be able to, yeah. Otherwise it's just, yeah. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. You're looking for with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Yeah, if you write down, like, the dots and everything, yeah, you could decipher it, true. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say? The knowledge is just a brownie recipe, oh my god. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Papa Windabank. Oh, you. Oh. His hair is down and whoa. Whoa! Traitor! Whoa! Oh my god! Bro! Let the man go! Oh. Did he just give him the Heimlich in a sense? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! Jesus Christ! That's it then. It's all over, my good man. Heinrich is on, I mean, true, yeah. I just saw, like, the potato come out of the, yeah, hit the throat. God forbid women do anything, yeah. I despised my life growing up in those slums of vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Yeah, we've learned that women exist. Admin is, yeah, more accurate for that. And eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. Money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Yeah, he did say he's good with his hands. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you have become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilden in two separate transactions. This song sucks. I had a friend who writes really boring music. Yeah, it's all just like one note over and over. That it's like this new wave music. Like it's too like artistic for you like plebes to comprehend. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilden for 10 guineas. You have to go. No worries. No worries. Have a good night. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. What was on that omnibus 2 months? Why was it on the omnibus that Mr. Milverton was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Aww. Otherwise I won't take your money anymore. Aww. Protecting his son. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea it was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Man. Side profile. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Whee! Did you become a theater major? And when you bettered yourself? To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to— Oh, he assassinated him! Ah! If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Based, you know what? He's kind of real for that. I can't fault him for that. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. You know what? I'm not even sad. I can't even fault him for that, to be honest. That's the assassin, isn't it? What's this, officer? The sooner that I was led to believe. It was not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Based as hell, you know. Yeah, you know what? Graydon did one good thing. I'm an Ashley Grayson fan. You know what? I'm kind of getting more behind him. No, once I learn a little more. You know, I love a good revenge plot, so, yeah. So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. Revenge plots taking down rich, powerful men. Yeah, and he looked good doing it. Exactly! I think we should spare him this, you know? Maybe he killed Mr. Windibank and was involved in the government secret trade and whatnot, but I think he shouldn't be punished for killing McGilded. He did the world a service. And if he hired somebody to do it, can we really say that he actually did it, you know? An imposter. An imposter. A sussy man hired by me. God forbid women do anything. Exactly! Why can't they yeah. I think he should be allowed to do that. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. Oh yeah, and he said the I word, whoa. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. And so I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Yes, a Mogus! A Mogus in the 1890s! Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell. Oh! Deserved, though, I must say. Oh my god, did your cane mysteriously fix itself? An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. The items in pawn and the discs? I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ashley and Herlock both doing hat flicks while not wearing hats. It's like the hats are like part of their body, and if it's not there, it's like a phantom limb. Like you still gotta flick it. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I'd dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Yeah, look at that now, what an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's Pawnbrokery?
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fee in the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Gaydon?
Mr. Gaydon. I always call it Mr. Gaydon.
London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken the steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. To Gina. I remember now that when we first met you in Windbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another one of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. Oops. What the hell? Oops. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Gun number 3! Before I knew what was happening, I had fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. Look at that pathetic face. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windbanks on that wretched night. Bro looks so pathetic standing there like that. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. What you have done is exactly the same. Man. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Oh, hitting him with that line. Ooh, man. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? Bro's gonna be executed. He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. And what about you, Gregsy? And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Aww. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. I hope he doesn't get... You know, I hope he is fine.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Let's go. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Woo! Yeah! Oh, keeping his hands clean. Number 4.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if he'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Aww. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Huh? Or what you looking at me like that for?
Before you start to enjoy your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Huh?
Well, perjury is much less severe than murder, right? You gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbake's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond on Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Huh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday.
Aw. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense? Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Is he toasting me? Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Aww, a genuine toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire... Oh my god. Bruh. Oh, Jesus. Of course. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... The slouch. If I may say something on that point. Who's that? Oh, her. It's about the sounds produced by the music. Oh my god, it's gonna be something of no consequence, isn't it? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Yeah, dot, 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 dash. It's his McDonald's order. Ooh, what do we get? Did he get the McRib or something? The Grimace Shake? That's what killed him. That's how, Mr. McGilded actually died. Ashley Graydon ordered him the Grimace Shake. Mm-hmm. An unhealthy level of obsession. Hey, are women not allowed to have interests, Judge? Autism moment. Yeah! Are women not allowed to have special interests? But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by these two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. Unless she's lying to cover up the fact that it's, like, secret or whatever. It wasn't Morse code after all? Light slap. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? I'm sorry. Sometimes the 12-year-old boy humor comes out and I laugh at phrases like, are you off your nut? Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilding conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's gonna bother me! And he's real for that. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which we've seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
Your Honor, pretty please, can we listen again?
An appalling experience to befall any child. Yeah! Finally people are acknowledging that she's just a child. Like, I guess she has been, like, tried as, like, an adult in this case, but, like, she is a kid who's just doing what she had to do to survive.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina. Get this girl a good home, please.
But look, I reckon I've worked something up today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start it You gotta change how you are yourself.
Aww. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. But what if she's a witness? Like a legitimate witness, but in another case. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbang, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade not guilty! Fireworks! Let's go! No Reaper curse is gonna come after her, right? Woo! Confetti cannon! Or fireworks cannon, Jesus. That was a cute little add-on for her shooting off the fireworks. That is all. Court is adjourned, finally! Yay! Oh my god, just me and him in the courtroom now? Oh my god. The after party? What's this? Oh, he's dressed again. He's got his cape on. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to malice that festered within that Englishman. Alright, dude. Of course, slipping a little microaggression. And at the same time, saw through the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. He's just good at reading people. whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple— because I was defending. Wow, you're so obsessed with me, aren't you? Fan behavior! Whoa! Obsessed much? To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Wow. You did? Bro has obsessed with you. Oh my god. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Huh? Are you speaking from experience? Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and tried— No! They're not talking about Kazuma, right? Or— but yeah, Kazuma's mission! That's still a thing! That's still a thing! What the— Kazuma hasn't been overseas at all, has he, at this point? Like, You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. And then you just decide to blame all Japanese people for that. What happened exactly? I'm so scared. Well, you may ask. And one day you learn, when the time comes, you learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Bro, I'm so fucking scared. Then I'll wait for that day if I must. Bro, I'm like gonna throw up. Who betrayed you, dog? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So was Kazuma originally gonna go take on all the same cases that Ryunosuke was put on? Because the first case, the Strongheart did kind of do that as like the trial, to be like, oh, are you sure that you're ready for this? Here, go get this not guilty verdict. And are these all the same kind of cases that— and like Natsume's case as well, would Kazuma have been assigned to that case? Like, how much of the original plan that Kazuma had is Ryunosuke going through? That's what I'm wondering. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Huh? Bro? I'm scared. Why do I feel like nauseous? I actually feel kind of nervous now. What was that about? I'm so scared. I actually feel like nervous. What was that about? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? And where's Sholmesy? Oh. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Aw, Gina.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Here's Odyssey name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Oh, Gina. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more that's when they let you down. Gina. Oh.
I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Oh, for crying out loud, pack it in. Oh, Gina. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
It's nice having people that you can genuinely rely on.
I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
I just want nothing but the best for her from now on. Throwing up! This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Literally. He made Kazuma proud today, I know it. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Oh. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma! And he's saying this out loud! Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Look at that, he would be so proud of you. Pardon the interruption. Gina voice, who's Kazuma? Yeah, who's Kazuma? But what the deuce does my man deserve to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Hi, Shalomse. That voice. Oh, he put the disguise back on? You know what, that's so real of him. He passed out, and then I guess the first thing that happened when he woke up is that he put this back on. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Oh, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Jones!
Yes, it was me all along, you see? Aw, silly boy, or silly man. Instant costume change! That Lizaline, yeah! And then he just... Oh yeah! Doesn't he injured in the stomach? How did that not hurt? For him to like lean that far forward. And then instantly quick changes again. You know what? I choose to believe that this is... He had like a stage costume or like that you would do for like quick changes on stage where like it unzips or something and then it just unfolds into his standard attire. He had it specifically made just for this. Oh yeah, he's on a lot. He's probably on like an unhealthy amount of painkillers right now. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. What the fuck, man? Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Definitely either morphine or laudanum. True. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. I blackmailed the doctor for more drugs. And so I could leave, yeah.
Some great detective you are. Great at beating cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
I mean, he was kind of fighting for his life in the bed too, so... That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Oh my, is he saying like touch my face? Could you take your hands off? Ooh, he's touching you with his cold, dead hands. My god. That's, yeah, very on brand. He'll fight for his life in his bed with me. You know, you're so valid for that. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. I mean, as soon as I go into the showman's voice, I start acting silly and posing and everything. Now it's my turn to JoJo pose.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. No, don't say that, dude! Why? Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Sosuke Natsume is alive and well, right? Because we got a letter from him at the beginning of this case.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the rape is a bit like like him upstairs.
You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
And you're a good person, Gina. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives isn't. He didn't kill McGilded, though.
Well, I ain't like the McGildas of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
Bro, my god. Bro passed out again.
there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea. Doesn't that mean your disguise was good, though? Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. You're very silly.
She even called him silly.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Grown man gets scolded by 10-year-old and hangs his head pathetically. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. I love that man.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're at the judge's party. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in log, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so. But how else was she supposed to make a living? No place is gonna hire a kid off the streets like that because...
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work.
Oh my god, assistant?
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for the lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for... Oh, that's so...
Gina, oh, that's such a great idea.
That's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it.
Aw.
What is it?
Aw, Gina.
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriages. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Please don't go up in flames.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then.
Well, to my knowledge, nobody wants her dead, so, that's a good sign, right? Goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Odo?
Yes? Oh, one last smoke bomb for the road. What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so
it's okay. It's okay to feel things, Jean. Huh? You don't have to be so tough all the time. Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Oh, Sholmes. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Aww. This is my daughter, everybody.
Right, I see. Well...
It's like Edgeworth be like having a hard time thanking Phoenix at the end of Turnabout Goodbyes.
Thanks, Odo.
Gina, that's my daughter.
Thank you for everything that you've done, for believing in me.
That's my daughter. I love her. I love her. She's such a sweetie. I just want to give her the best, coziest life that I can. God, I want to adopt her. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aww, she's such a good... Oh, I love her. Well, there she goes. I wonder... Yes, you will, right? Yeah, surely you will. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have showed it to Gina. Aww.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo?
Gina! Aww. As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Has the rain stopped? Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. You know what, that's valid.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Sasato's here! She hasn't left.
That's right, if we head to the station immediately. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But... there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just be like, hey, I know all your weaknesses and your secrets. You should do what I say. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Is Susato here? And the cat donated the docks. Oh, it's early morning. The next day. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. This is a full 12 hours later. Right?
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato? I'm so sick. She's gonna be fine. She's fine, right? She's fine. Okay, good. Over there, look, it looks like she's reading something. Hi, best friend. Ma'am? Mr. Sato, what are you doing? What are you gonna do, bestie?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings are being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how'd Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. That's my best friend!
Aww. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
I hope everything is okay with her. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
Does she not think she's gonna...
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Ah, come on. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? Because you tampered with the crime scene. But it helped us out, bestie.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband.
Yeah, please don't do that again. It's my most prized... Yes, it's my most prized possession.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Bang! Hmm?
Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo, right?
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
She's so smart. The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
Oh, she went to just to peek and see her there. Aw.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the people was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door... The sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true couple would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized... it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to be a way to see beyond the door.
Mm-hmm. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Schultz. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. She's so big-brained! But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Hardened criminal Susato. Yeah, where's Gregson? Yeah, arrest her. But who here hasn't done a little illegal activity among this little group here? You could have been disbarred if you'd been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. And that makes her the greatest legal assistant ever! Yeah, Gregson probably has been arrested, true. I hope we see him again in the second game. I want to know what's become of him. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Fair.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
No, Susato, no! It's not like that at all. What you did is incomparable to what he did. Graydon is the only one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless, maybe to disguise the true message. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. Something to hide. No doubt they're written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow, it's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So. See, I was worried about this. I was freaking worried about this! Something with his secret mission. Was he meant to be a spy? Was he meant to be the recipient of this kind of I mean, there are lots of words that contain the letter A, Ryanosuke, but like obviously you would think of your man. Let's be real. Like, if you heard an A in the thing, can you think of any other words that have the letter A? I sure can't!
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, as I just said, Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? What's the name of my... the one who was supposed to fucking be here!
What? But how do you know that name, Iris?
I
wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music.
Are you... Give it to me now, Kazuma!
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense.
Bro, I'm gonna be sick. I feel nauseous.
That is in English, at least.
It's in fucking Japanese. It's... This was about information being leaked to Japan, right? I just want to verify this. Yeah. Ministry. Okay, and its allies. Okay, so it doesn't specify anything about Japan there, but... I'm gonna throw up. I actually feel sick.
There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it.
This isn't about his mission, isn't it?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha program, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Is that the whole thing? Or is that just a word?
Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Bro, I'm throwing up. I'm throwing up. What Do you know it, bestie?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
She's so fucking smart.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for our international communications.
She's so smart. I'm so proud of you, girlie. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Learn it for all the languages. Bro, I feel sick.
Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course. Bro, I feel so fucking sick. What about this fucking mission that he had to do?
What can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. One of the first times where you get a taste of almost every piece of the second game. All the games are gonna... Every case in the second game is gonna make me feel this nauseous?
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of
4 names.
The first is Kei Asogi.
Why was his name on that disc? Was he meant to be targeted or something?
The second, A Shin.
T. Gregson. Tobias Gregson. This would seem Tobias Gregson is it? Are these all gonna be targets of international assassins or something? Who's Shin? Do we know that person? And what's his name during a secret government communication? Are these gonna be like... Is it 30 million opposed of...
And the last name?
Is it me?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
It's me, isn't it? Oh! Jay Wilson. Are these like... What the hell? Are these like... 2 of them are dead, 1... Like... They're just can't be connected, right? Because like, what? I mean, Cosmo was a fucking accident, and then... Wilson was just like some girl being all petty and whatnot. But who's Shin? Is that somebody that we would know? I don't think. But then... Tobias, my boy Toby.
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Bro, I'm gonna throw up.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads... If I translate from Japanese, that is all 4.
That's all 4... Were they supposed to collaborate on this secret mission of sorts? But like... Wilson was dead the whole time. Was Kazuma supposed to do some sort of thing with my boy Gregsy? What does this even mean? Turns out that those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Bruno come from?
We're gonna have to break the news to her at some point.
Oh, well...
Oh, Jesus. Is she gonna come with us? Or...
It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Bro, I'm Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. You're gonna have to at some point. I feel like she already suspects that we know something about him. This is strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. What is is happening? What kind of like international secret bullshit is happening?
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
What did that happen? Honk! I'm so scared, bro. I'm like shaking. I don't know what to do. The ship's gonna set sail. Are you going still?
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
Bro, I feel sick.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mr. Sato, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. She is. She is.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh yeah, how she knows that name. Ace Attorney making me feel emotions I didn't know existed. Yeah! I can't even put words into the air because I don't know what I'm feeling.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Aww.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, I was in the defendant's corner on the SS Bury and I was dried out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe... No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Aww. Please, please make sure you get there safe and everything. Anime! Aww. Nothing bad is gonna happen,
Somehow
right?
we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Aww. Wagahai!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
We got acting! Voice acting! Bro has a voice!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Aww.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Oh, trials and tribulations!
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Hey, Sholmesy.
After all,
Bro is majestic.
I have the greatest friends in the world
Aww.
on my side.
Yes, you got this, buddy. He is very pretty. Mm-hmm.
Yes, give him a little smoochie.
Ah, yes! Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. A small price to pay to see Susato again. I have to watch the credits. Okay. Is there a post-credit scene? Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Otto.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Kinda. Okay.
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Are you gonna push him into the water? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Fuck you! Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one who...
Objection. Man, I was gonna say if he uses the word fuck in front of Iris or a similar word. Say the O word, buddy. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection!
Hand! Aww. Slam! Yes! We did it! We did the first game! Man, I don't... In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I had advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned! Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison! Oh! Aww. Man, I'm so excited and scared to see where this goes with like the list of the names as and Kazuma's mission too. Like,
I haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Yodelay hee-hoo! Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee.
Did you give coffee to a 10-year-old?
I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
I'm so scared. Kitagawa, Yusuke. Man. Oh, this guy.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know. So knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses? My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Ouchie, ouchie. Oh, is it pronounced like ouchie? Winston Payne. Ah, I see. This is a very good soundtrack. Hi, buddy. I've been delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai. I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's off.
He's a baby! Baby! Baby kitties! Please show me the babies. Please show me the babies. Please show me the babies. Show me the babies. Little baby kitties! Yeah! He can still win! Here's how Sosanaga can still win! Or Hosonaga, yeah. Or Sosa. Oh my god, do you ship them? Because, I'm intrigued.
Scientific investigation be the gold standard. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Best crack ship ever. I can get behind that. Man, I don't. I know you said like there's gonna be like loose ends are gonna be tied up in the next game, which Strands to Magazine is out in a minute again. Never say that one line she wrote now, I get to stand an ovation when I hear it. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Oh! Glug. Glug, glug, glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Clearly you, if he's still working and everything, I guess his punishment wasn't too severe. And I hope that's not a hit list that was going between nations, or they're putting together a secret group of people for some special purpose. I don't know. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pig. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Bro, I'm scared.
Hi, my Rowley is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting a small change in the gutter. I am a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Sometimes the streets can have their moment.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. Aww, she's always going on about them cases what Shams is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them.
You were gonna be an Inspector Lestrade? Foreshadowing? Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got the time in here to plan the comeback of Milton and Skulkin's milk run, right?
Aww. Oh my god, he choreographed their things. Oh, he totally choreographed their little dances and everything. Man. They could be a little vaudeville performing troupe. Man, I need to stretch out my back.
Man. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I come to realize that's what life is all about.
Oh, thank you for the stretch. I do need that. Your assistant will return. Aw, bestie, I love her. I leave with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aw. I just had to fold in half for a second and stretch out my back. What, no word from the vampire? Oh, they're a picture! Oh, it's the besties! Aww. I love them. I love them, Your Honor! No word from Van Zeeks. Interesting. Ah! Gay people on my screen! Get them out of here! They are hurting my feelings! When the family is found. Is this them in London together, how it should have been? I need a fix-it fic of them being in London together. I desperately need a fic of them in London together, just where everything goes right. And yeah, Although I don't know what any of these other circumstances are, so I don't know if it's possible for things to go right, considering this secret message and his name being on it. I don't know what that means. Man, hey daddy. I hope you're doing all right. Hey, yeah. Look at that man. Definitely, like, I barely know the guy, but he's probably definitely in top 10 DOFs I've seen. Maybe even top 5. Aww. We're really gonna make Cosmo walk by all this. God damn it. I should watch the intro to the second game. Ooh, okay, sure, we'll start that. We'll start the second game tomorrow. And I'm like, I'm nervous now after that little... I'm fucking throwing up right now. Okay, maybe I can't continue this game. Maybe I can't. Goodbye. He did have to leave him behind. Wait! He has this fist! When did he get the sword? He has Karu and now he does! And he has the thing too! Beppo! I hope he's nice and cozy. I hope Beppo is all cozy. Ew, stab that man. I think you can have a little murder as a treat, Ryunosuke. I think you can stab that little Willy Wonka looking ass. Beppo is the Sherlock Holmes names. Ooh! Are pretty much all like the major characters in here Sherlock Holmes characters? Is that safe to assume? Like a third of them. Ooh, cool. Aw, Shelmsy's with us now! Aw, Natsume! And Wagahai! Aw. We never saw his feet. We're making a list of people who were Holmes characters earlier. Ooh, and they take inspiration from each book, and the case names are all titles of books, and they take... Ooh! That's cool. Iris is gonna follow us now. Yay! There is a notable lack of Van Zeeks in these credits until... Oh, there he is. And of course they get the leg slam in the background, which I appreciate. Dancing time, boys! Gina! Not all, but definitely most of them. Gina, my precious daughter! I love her! Man. The boys are walking in sync. Well, they're kind of like reversed. Like, they're on walking on opposite feet. Capcom! Oh, the little leg pop. Deduction time, baby. Finn. Now where's Jake? I'm sorry. Alright, what's next? I'm so scared as to what's next. What could have been? You know what? I might need to make this my wallpaper, actually. That might need to be my wallpaper. What if I made that my wallpaper? Because it's such a pretty shot of him. Alright. Game number 2! No, game number 2! Oh wait, we gotta... Resolve! Ooh, new music. Alright, opening cinematic. We'll watch this. Also, what's the... I guess I'll learn the time frame between the two games coming up, but... Ooh, very pretty. So soft.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean.
That's not her dad.
Those days in London seem like a dream.
Or is that like a makeshift
But I
grave?
do
Or like a...
miss my
Not
time
makeshift,
in
but...
England's vast
Or is it
capital.
Cosima? Is that her dad or Cosima? Aww.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Aww.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Meanwhile, he's actually dealing with Sholm's bullshit. Is that...
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I myself is with the... Oh, is it Brett again? Is it that? Oh my god.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Am I gonna play as
in my life?
Oh.
As a lawyer.
Oh.
So please, ask for your guidance.
What?
Kazuma-sama.
That's Kazuma's fucking grave. So that's Kazuma. That is Kazuma's grave. Fuck. And but finally, she's gonna actually be the lawyer for once. And Miss Brett, rip in pieces, Brett. Man, I don't want to stop playing. Let's go, lesbians! Like, I don't want to stop playing. Like, I probably should stop, but like, I don't want to. Like, I can't. How can I? How can I? Here I am again after 9 months. Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Hey, Daddy. Oh, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, I guess he recovered. Oh, that's good. That's good. He's healthy and everything? Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. Got a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated.
I almost wish that I never... No! Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah!
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest adventures in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Excuse me. Hello? Is this my defendant?
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss.
Yumikotoba is very...
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me.
I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing!
Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend.
I don't like the way this is going. My greatest friend. If this is gonna go the same way as, first case, the defendant and the defense attorney being great friends. I hope that's not a, yes, great friends.
Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works in the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed.
Maybe she's just a little flustered by the pretty girl in front of her. Have you thought about that, Susato?
Oh my, well, that's just that.
I can't believe that! How did I call that? I was making a joke!
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go! Let's go!
I need to get an actual soundboard.
Hello, LGBTQ community.
Yep. Yep, indeed. What the fuck? Man, I need to get a proper soundboard instead of having to fish for sound alerts and everything. The moment has passed. I just wanted to play the sound. What? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. The moment's passed. I just wanted to play the fucking the Robbie Damon "Let's Go Lesbians."
Let's go.
And now it's playing twice. It's echoed. Echoed lesbians.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Let's
Echoed
go,
lesbians.
Let's go to the zoo! Bunch of lesbians at the zoo.
My name is Bill.
I need to put that on a proper soundboard instead of having to fish 2 minutes for it.
And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Interesting. Interesting.
Goodness, I don't think she knows.
What?
She hasn't realized who I am.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh wait, is she like dressed like a boy? Cause in the little like the trial like chapter 1 thingy, it looked like she had her hair pulled up under a hat. Even your best friend can't see through the disguise. Maybe she could because she's like, you're beautiful. Oh, is she being very gender right now?
Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What?
Oh, she's having such a severe gay panic right now.
That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, the varsity badge? Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 in the morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that?
You think it's pretty, don't you? You think she looks good, don't ya? Well, you see. It was the only way. The only way she'd be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense?
Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
But women are forbidden.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato! You go to such lengths for me?
Lesbians! Of course, you're my See, those are the same words used to describe Kazuma and Ryunosuke. Gender fluid Susato. So true! You know what? So true. My greatest... Literally using the same phrases as Kazuma and Ryunosuke. So, how else am I supposed to interpret that? I'm just worried that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ray.
It's so strange, though.
I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already.
And yet just because you're a woman? What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing!
My god!
Ray? Please, don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh, Susato, come on! You know what she is, huh? Let's go, lesbians.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing.
Lesbian?!
Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
Wahahaha! You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think.
It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Gender fluid Susato, so real!
Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I notice that your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato.
Supportive father, yes! Haha, Ray, you're in love with my daughter! Stop.
You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder?
Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence.
Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always...
The same thing Ryunosuke said to Gina! The family is found!
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh.
Stand aside!
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've clearly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. I hope she's not found out, because would that make this trial illegitimate?
There was simply no other way.
I love Ray so much, it's not even funny. I love her already. She's so fun. She seems like a very fun, silly girl.
But, Father? You haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true, the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Another British person. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times I've wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
And Kazuma, come on, make Kazuma proud today, bestie. I probably should stop there for the night. I'm like hyped and everything, but I probably shouldn't. I don't know when I would get to like a good stopping point again in this trial, so we will continue this tomorrow. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney! I'm very excited. I want to play more, but I really should call it there for the night, because, again, I don't know when I'm gonna suddenly, like, crash from all this energy and then be at not a good stopping point, so we'll do this tomorrow! Craziness ensues, I'm so scared! But, yeah, we are here! We are here until... It's so crazy! Ah! Crazy?
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm going crazy here. This game is making me go crazy. I'm being so normal about Ryunosuke and Susato and Sholmes and the fucking telegram and Toby Gregsy. I'll differentiate in between the other Toby by calling Gregson Toby Gregsy. This game changed my life. Oh boy, should I be scared? How scared should I be? Well, we'll continue with the second game tomorrow. Thanks again for being here, and yeah, thanks again, and have a great rest of your day or night. I will try to calm down. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep at all tonight because this is just, everything's happening, and yeah, I should go calm down. Try to calm down as best I can. I will try. I will probably fail. Can't wait until you meet my favorite character.